And we're back. Belly's full. Got a new drink. And we've got 2 instances of Unity successfully opened. Using about 3 gigabytes each. Well, Streamlabs is using about 1 gigabyte. Okay, yeah. I'll probably have to order some RAM, which is fine. I haven't sent me my own paycheck yet for last month, so I gotta get on that. Nice getting paid. So with this, I've got 1 instance open. You can see the start scene, project folder. Here I've got another instance open, start screen, and the same project folder. So this is what I call my shadow copy. It's a symlink. So in Windows, the assets folder is actually just being faked into this folder. So this instance thinks that it has its own copy of these. So even if, like, for example, I turn this off and say I'm going to start hosting with this guy and save, that changes the start scene file. And this one's going to say, oh, the file changed. Do you want me to update it? Which I'm not going to do. But the rest of the stuff will just update on the fly along with the scripts. So it's really nice when you're doing multiplayer work, because the alternative is building a standalone executable, which for a prototype game it only takes a minute, but for a bigger game like this it can take 5 minutes. And you try something and it's broken, you change it, then you got to wait another 5 minutes to put it out again. And I've had to do that way in the past, and it's not at all fun. So this way I can start up my fake server. My fake server setting here is just going to pretty much everything in the script that says if the application is in batch mode, which is what a headless server would be, also has a tag on it that says if we are faking a server. So if either of those are true, it'll happen. So you can see on the server here, nothing actually loads in. The chunks and the sections are empty. So there's no terrains or anything, but the managers and sort of a server player exist and are just waiting for someone to log in. So now I can go to the symlink, tell him to start as a client. I'm going to force local, and he's preset to use malcare, the character malcare. I just set all this up so I don't have to click start, pick a character, pick a world, all that every time. I click play and it flips through all those buttons for me automatically. So this way I've connected. And I'm now it's actually using the same level. So now you can see stuff has loaded in the server. And it's actually spamming some. Is this the nav builder? Yeah, I don't want it spamming those anymore. testing that out yesterday. That's really annoying. Because that's just going to keep going. So I'm going to log out once. Stop that. What was the error? And then what are we trying to look at? I forget. We already did this. Seemed to work fine. Yeah, we're mostly looking at harvesting. Well, we can do this one right away. But mostly looking at some harvesting problems with multiplayer. I don't really want to open a whole bunch of Chrome windows this time, because they do eat up memory. Stick to just bugs. But first of all, what was that error? Nav builder. Just a bad bit of logic for my debug there. So what we were looking at before things went crazy before lunch was player stats, the stats UI. Yeah, here I commented this out. I want to put that in here. And I want to put it, that's a setup. I'm going to put it right here, void on enable. And that should work in just about any case. Yeah, and then, should be impossible for that to be open and someone's stats to go up. The thing that we were watching was the recipe details UI. Was also not updating. Which is just a refresh call. It wasn't updating the experience and profession level in real time on multiplayer. That's a big method, but it's actually not doing a whole ton. It's just lots of little text checks. So we want to call refresh multiplayer after each craft, which it seems like it's not doing. So that's going to originate from player crafting. When a player craft is clicked, get down to the bottom, and regardless of whether we are practicing or not, if we're not practicing, add it to inventory. Here is where it is adding add materials used. This is what causes experience to go up. So after this switch statement, that's going to alter the sync bars, which are going to flag them as dirty so that they update This might end up making the call before the experience makes it to the client, but let's try it out. Client plane interface dot stats update stats. And yeah, there should be no, that's not what we're doing. There should be no way to be looking at the stats window while you're crafting. So what we want is refresh crafting, which we currently don't have anything set up for. So let's just go to that script. Main UI, chat UI, town building, map, skills, Solace, teleporter. So let's add underneath the main UI, local update stats, inventory, item details, refining UI, container UI, facility details. Yeah, I just don't have a crafting one set up, so we can put that under facility details. We'll do a public close facility details. That's not what we want. Refresh crafting details, and this will be target. What target means is that it's not going to go to all of the players. It's only going to go to this one specific player. So the client that's actually doing the crafting themselves. So that's going to be recipe details UI, which I don't have a reference to. What would that be under? Main UI? Who knows how to do that? That's not even public. Is there a call for that? Does nobody ever call round, intelligence timer? These are all the buttons. Color picker. Material drop down. Craft clicked. Yeah, there's not actually currently any public calls being made to this, which makes sense because you only do it when you're in it. But we want to be able to call that during multiplayer. So we don't even have a reference to recipe details UI. Maybe under the main UI. Recipe, no? Who knows? Somebody calls setup. Who calls setup? Crafting UI. Is that under main, or do I have that? Crafting UI dot recipe. No. But I'm pretty sure this guy's gonna have a reference of it anyway. Recipe details UI. He's got a reference. He sets it up. But nobody ever actually calls. Changed here. Yeah, I might need to call some of these too. For now, I'm just going to go ahead and make him public, which might kind of disgust some programmers, but not a big deal. Recipe details UI, and I'm going to call refresh. So now we've got a refresh crafting details call. Refresh crafting details. So this is on the server, calling that. The server's then going to pass it down to the client through the target RPC and tell the recipe to refresh, or the recipe details UI to refresh in the event of either a practice or a craft. And the stats UI should now also auto update whenever it's opened, instead of just when the main UI is toggled open or closed. So if you switch from crafting to the stat window in multiplayer, that would even affect single player, it should be immediately, the changes should be immediately visible. So we'll start the server up. It's starting up, so I can go ahead and click start here. So this guy should finish first. Server's up. Connected, loading. It does bog the CPU down a bit because this instance has to create the world to fake, and this instance also has to create the world to maneuver in. So we want to test anything. I've got some wood. And there's some wood crafting table over here. Let's do anything. Paper. I'm starving. I live. Okay. Gonna make a piece of paper. It should give me 0 experience. That doesn't help. Let's make a longbow. I'm only level 1, so this should give me 10 experience. And it did not refresh immediately. If I go to the stats page, 5 out of 6. Five out of 6, that's what it was to begin with, right? Let's look at the player himself. Is that stats or crafting? Woodworking experience 5. But I'm gonna bet on the server. We can actually see that player crafting has woodworking experience 15. Now this is a sync var. That means it's supposed to sync. So it's not doing its job. Let's look at some things. I think I just clicked Unity by accident. Yep. Player crafting, you are a network behavior. Not nice. I don't really like sync vars because of stuff like that. Might as well just send the data yourself, which might be what we want to do. What do we have? Tailoring, level experience, points spent. Thread used isn't important to a client. These four are, they're just a few 32-bit values. Already got some things for syncing things up when a player loads. Well, let's just go ahead and get rid of those sync vars completely, because I just don't like relying on that stuff. This is where we are asking it to refresh the crafting details. Let's add a line here with a new method wherever. I think this is enchanting stuff down here. Refine, what is that? We'll leave that alone. I'll make that its own little section there. So we're going to do a new target RPC. Again, because other clients don't care about how much experience you have. We only want this to go to you. Target, update stats to the player. And I'm going to be sending, there's a crafting professions enum. So we will, we'll make that a byte because there's only a few of them. And then there's 4 level experience, points, and points spent. Now on level up, that goes through properly. Let's look at that real quick. Add materials used. If we need to level up, profession level up, target set professional level in points. So this is setting the level and the points, not necessarily the points spent, but that would probably be a nice thing to do. Where does points spent not often get relayed? Doesn't look like they do get touched much. We'll think about that for a minute here in a second. But so we want to do level experience, points, and points spent. So we've got our profession, we've got an int for level, an int for, I've already forgot, experience, points, points spent. Experience, points, points spent. And experience, could probably be a byte. All of these could be, but you never know. People mess with the settings. I mean, just for the heck of it, I'll make that a short. Points, yeah, that one, yeah, you never know. You never know. We'll go ahead and leave those as ints. We don't want any of this. So, kind of first of all, we need something to call this. But we're already on the server, so no, that's fine. Target update stats. Now, we want to do crafting profession equals crafting profession. I have to cast the byte back to being a profession. And then we want to do a switch based on that profession. Case tailoring, and then we're going to do leatherworking, smithing, masonry, or lumbering. And this is crafting, not harvesting, so leatherworking, smithing, woodworking, and masonry. Is there anything else there I'm forgetting? I suppose alchemy, and is there anything else? Enchanting, alchemy. Enchanting kind of does its own stuff. Enchant clicked, but we'd like to do the same thing at the bottom of this anyway, so we will add that as well. So we've got alchemy and enchanting as well. And then we're going to do tailoring level equals level. Tailoring experience equals experience. Tailoring points equals points. And tailoring points spent equals points spent. And then we're just going to copy that into all of these. And change tailoring to leatherworking. And this is going to be smithing. And this is going to be woodworking. And masonry. And enchanting. Whoops. We'll go with it. Alchemy. I always type the last one in so that it doesn't fly off somewhere else. So this method should now be able to update all of that stuff that we want to do right here. Target update stats. This is the recipe dot profession. Recipe dot profession. Actually need to do a connection to client. Recipe profession. And how do we figure this out now? I'm probably going to want to put these. So this is what's adding the materials right there. If it's thread or silken thread. Yeah. What other? Is that why paper didn't give me any experience? Because you are using that was just probably 0.5 and it rounded down to nothing, but this is going through all the ingredients is why it does that. Because you don't want to, I don't give experience for using subcomponents. It's just whatever the main components being used are. That's gonna, yeah, and there's no recipes that mix and match those, so we're fine here. Recipe profession. This is basically tailoring. So let's just go ahead and say, well, yeah, that's easier to leave there. And then after that has all happened, we're going to go tailor level, tailoring experience, tailoring points, and tailoring points spent. What's the matter? Well, yeah, we convert that to a byte, and we want to convert that to a short. And then we're going to do that for each of these: woodworking, masonry, alchemy, as well as enchanting. Where is the, if not practicing, add materials used, after which we would like to do, this one is just going to be crafting professions enchanting, and so here we're going to change all of these to enchanting. Like that, and go back up and change these. Tailoring is fine. The rest of these need to be leatherworking, smithing, woodworking, masonry, and alchemy. And then I'm just going to take the sync vars off of these completely. Now, when a player first loads on a server's probably trying to set those up somewhere, like the player data holder. In this case, I believe it's this case. Loading a client, are we? And it's just directly setting those. So after it does that, those aren't going to auto sync the way that they used to. So let's add what is this? Potion. There's some shenanigans down here for sure. Let's make a method to do all of those. I'm going to make this a server only deal. And we're going to have it call each of these smithing, woodworking, masonry, alchemy. It's going to send, oh yeah, we want enchanting too. And then we're going to call that from the player data loader after everything has been loaded. If it's a multiplayer client, load skills. This is under player skills. Very good. We also want, oops, did I, what was that? Player, client, player, data holder. Adjust all of that. Before we call load skills, let's do client dot player crafting dot update stats. And we only need to do that if it's a multiplayer client. So let's go ahead and stick it in here. Player crafting update stats. None of that goes on beneath that. Should be good. And now when we craft something in player crafting, we already looked at that, right? I don't know why I closed that. Target update stats. And following that, refresh crafting details. That happens only after removing resources, which is fine because that's when we get experience. Refresh crafting details. Yeah. And so now we don't have to worry about the sync var timing, and we're just plain not using the sync vars at all anymore. Question being, are there any other places that use these or change them? Such as the potions, which we were just looking at. Player skills. There is a potion you can drink that will reset Yeah, when you spend a skill point, it's going to want to update there as well. Looks like I used to have. Is that what this grayed out stuff is? Crafting, player skills. When you upgrade a crafting skill, you're spending a crafting point. There's also a bug going on, apparently, with this. But I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to take a sip of my drink. And stick to the plan. There's no reason to be updating all of them at once, and I don't know what this is even talking about. Server update, yeah, that doesn't exist. Player crafting, server update, prof points. Let's do a look for that. Prof points. Yeah, that's from a time long ago. We don't need that anymore. Client.playercrafting.update. Target update stats. We want to do how about yeah, I can go ahead and just resend the level and experience. So I'm thinking really all I want to do is send the points and the points spent here. But again, this isn't something that happens often. It's fine. If you're messing with something that goes on all the time, you want to really keep the network data down as much as possible, but I don't think that's worth worrying about in these, one-click sort of situations. Is a bit of a bummer that we have to go through all these references each time. Tailoring level. Oops. No, this is the byte is crafting profession tailoring. Then we want to go to level, then we want to go to experience, then we want to go to points, tailoring points, and tailoring points spent. We'll do that for all of these. Make sure that they update immediately. Oh, what now? Ah, yes. We need our short conversion. And then we want to change tailoring to, actually this is easier by hand. Leatherworking, smithing, woodworking, masonry, alchemy, and enchanting. I don't think those are being mentioned anywhere. Otherwise, I just reuse them. And then tailoring level. This one is leatherworking once again. carried that over again automatically. Smithing, woodworking, masonry, alchemy, and enchanting. That bothers me that that one is carried down and the others are not. It's just not even going to let it bleed over at all. Whatever. I'll try and look the other way really hard. I can't do it. I have OCD. It doesn't work like that. You gotta put stuff so that it looks the same. I know you know what I mean. Anybody watching? You've played Satisfactory. You've repositioned stuff 20 times to make sure that it's properly lined up because it drives you insane. So when you buy crafting skills, that's good. There's also target learn crafting skill. What was I just doing? Upgrade crafting skill. Learn crafting skill. Case. Points spent. Alright, this is getting silly. We need to have something on player crafting. Again, I'm bummed that I closed it because it wipes the markers that show what you changed. Where did these go? Okay, so I'm gonna make one here. That one's doing all of them. I'm gonna make another one. Public void update stats, and for this one I'm going to require a crafting profession. Prof. And we're going to switch through that prof. And depending on what you give me, let's just start with this. For example, case tailoring. Then I want you to go ahead and do this and break. Right? And then I'm going to get rid of that and do it like this. My phone is beeping. I'm just going to make a centralized method here that any of those other methods can then call instead of building it into themselves like I was doing there. Leatherworking, smithing, woodworking, masonry, alchemy, enchanting. Did I miss something? Tailoring, leatherworking? I just copied one too many, huh? And then we've got the lines for them here. Leatherworking, smithing, woodworking, masonry, alchemy, enchanting. Okay, so now we had a bunch of calls up here that were doing this. Now I can just go ahead and say update stats based on the recipe profession. And that's going to trigger alchemy in this case, which is then going to send the level experience points and points spent automatically. So this line is the same for all of these, which means that we can just do it once after they're all done, because no, that's not, we're doing this per recipe loop in this. We could do all of this after the for each loop. That's probably best, honestly. Goes through, does all of its stuff, updates all of its things. And then when it's all done and said, depending on the profession of the recipe, it'll update the current stats, whether they've changed or not, as well as the crafting details window. We then want to use this also here, like we did, switch skill trees. In the case of here, that goes on. We don't care about that anymore. We want to do client dot player crafting dot update stats, and we don't actually have, do I have, see, I've got a convert method up here somewhere. Let me look at crafting professions. I think there is not the UI. Global methods. Is this, what is this? Compare skill tree. That's just a compare. Recipe database. Case. I thought there might be a method set up somewhere to convert this skill tree to a profession. Skill template might have it. Template dot profession. No. Alright, so we'll just do it in here. Update stats, crafting professions, tailoring. Instead of you, we'll be doing leatherworking. Instead of you, we'll be doing smithing. Instead of you, we'll be doing woodworking. Masonry. Alchemy. And last but not least, enchanting. Now, that showed up somewhere else immediately is why I switched gears there. Learn crafting skill. So see, this is upgrade crafting skill. There's also a learn crafting skill. And here we are doing the exact same thing. Skill template. Again, though, these templates don't know the profession they're in, right? Crafting, yeah, they don't know. So, one more time. And I think there's one more place that I need to do this. Chanting. There's also the reset adventuring skills. And that's not what we're doing. We're doing crafting skills. Here we go. Who calls that? Nobody. So that doesn't exist yet. There is a potion that resets. No, harvesting skills doesn't work either. We have attributes and adventuring skills can get reset, right? Yeah. That's a void potion. And this is a server command, but player skills reset attributes. Those are not going to automatically. Are these all sync vars as well? These are, and they're probably working. Just leave them alone for now. So there isn't a potion like I was thinking of. There will be at some point to reset crafting skills. So we don't have to worry about that. So I think we're good. Stats updating after you craft or practice. Let's start compiling while we think. Yeah. Whenever you buy crafting skills or are actually crafting something, should be the only instances that those change. Almost dropped my cap. Yeah. When we do that in player skills, we're already forcing skills UI to refresh, right? But this, yeah, and that's target RPC, so yeah, that should be good. All right, let's try it again. Start our server up. Just gonna wait till the scene starts loading. I gotta get a haircut bad tomorrow. In the middle of Corona. No. You can load faster than that, Unity. Come on. And then I'll start it up here. How's the cat cam doing? Peepee-chung. That's just to the right of me here. One more cat in a box over there. And one more cat on the dining room table. Because why not? We got out some of our Christmas stuff. They love it. New smells. crafting, woodworking, weapons. I'm gonna make a short bow. You can see it updated after I reloaded. So again, this should give me 10 experience immediately. So I'm gonna click on it. There we go. 25. Now if I practice, it should give me 15. That doesn't make sense, does it? I had 25 out of 60, and it says it was going to give me 15. 25 out of 60, that would be 45 to 35 to level, and I got another 10 over it, so it gave me something like 55 experience there. Let's click it again. 15 experience. And that time it did. Let's do it again. 25 out of 70. Well, let's look at the player on the server. He's got masonry experience 10, level 5. Not masonry. Woodworking level 2, experience 25. 225. This is going to give me 15. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, everybody likes to level up, but I don't think that's actually giving me... I'm going to stop the server so it doesn't save the player when he disconnects, so I don't use up my lumber and those stats. And let's get a debug going to show how much experience we are actually giving ourselves, which is up here. Craft clicked. We're just going to look at woodworking, add materials used. Let's go ahead and go straight into that. Current experience. EXP to be rewarded. Let's do a debug.log. EXP to be awarded is EXP to award. And then all that it's really doing is putting that in there. What is this else? What are we talking about? If we're not enchanting, so yeah, that's fine. And then at the bottom, we don't have anything special there. Apply crafting experience. That's a whole nother method. Experience needed to level. Let's do that. Debug.log needed to level. And then we're going to add that to the current experience, and if it's at or above, then we're going to level up. But I think this is what's getting kind of weird. So that should give us the info we need. Professional level up. Yeah. That's not important. The recipe details UI displays that when we do a refresh, it shows profession text, profession level up text, get profession experience, get profession level, get materials to level, right? Get materials to level, and that's the same thing here. Yeah, so that should be giving us the same numbers, but it looked like I needed like 60 to level there, and then 15 was leveling me up. Thank you, Ham. It's not white yet, despite all the stress. I actually don't know what stress is, to be honest. I've had trouble these past few months with stress, and I don't know what that means, but I'm on anti-stress medication because I've been having physical problems, even though I'm not like, oh, I'm stressed, what do I do? I just do what I do. So I don't have any white hairs. I used to work with a guy that was like, he's like, I want to say 7 years younger than me. He had white hairs coming in all over. We worked the same company, same division. He just had a real different attitude about it, but maybe it's hereditary, I don't know. My grandpa had black hair till he was pretty old. I get this wave though. I don't like the wave. I have to get rid of the curl. So I'm going to clear the log, and on the server as well. And woodworking weapons. Let's make a 15 experience. I'm at 5 out of 80. Gave me 15. Server said 15 and that I needed 40 to level. I needed 75 to level though. So that's something weird there. But like I said, this guy's using this text bar here is using the same method. This is recipe details, uses player crafting, get profession level, recipe.profession, get materials to level. And then that says 80. Meanwhile, this guy says get materials to level. This guy says 40. So that's half. Why is that? Is one of these being divided in two somehow? What's going on here? Professional level. Who's correct? I think the 80 is correct. What about the stats window? I can't see that. Logging. Oh no, that's crafting. Woodworking. 20 out of 80. I needed 75 to level. Why did this... Is this guy just constantly stuck at the wrong level? Needed to level plus, let's say, at level. And then we'll add in the actual level that's being fed in there. And again, I want to stop the server first so it doesn't save what I've done. Let them both recompile. who we got watching and where you from? It's just past 2 here in Japan. Clear skies. Sun's gonna start beaming on the screen in about another hour and a half. Starting to get pretty cold though. There's a big mountain just east of here, a couple hours, Mount Asama, that just turned white. I think it was last weekend. You know, in the spring it melts and it turns brown, but then once it gets cold enough, the snow starts falling up there. We shouldn't have any snow here until at least the end of December. Usually not till later January. So I'm crafting a bow. 40 at level 3. 40 needed to level at 3. Why then does the details window do it different here? Woodworking level. I have had stuff like this mixed up before in the past, but woodworking level returns woodworking level. And this guy's just doing, where's that? Who calls him? We're doing woodworking level, tier, woodworking level, woodworking experience, woodworking, apply crafting experience. That's just strange that it would give different results for this. Debug.log level, and I mean we can see the results, and I don't want you to just say level. I want you to give me the level. Kind of nitpicking here, but there's obviously something wrong there. They should both be sending in level 3 and getting back whatever's correct. One's getting 80, one's getting 40. So who is seeing doubles? Alabama, nice. I got a buddy just moved to, I want to say, West Virginia. It's a Seattle, younger brother to one of my high school Seattle buddies. But apparently he had some family in, I want to say, I think it was Detroit. I remember him mentioning Detroit at one point. Alabama on the coast, though, that's got to be pretty nice weather. Still, if not always. Clear all these logs again. And just by clicking on the profession, I guess I need to click on the recipe. How did I run out of lumber? Did it save that? Sorry, I need to click on that again. So when I click on the recipe, mat level 3. That's this guy, right? What was it? Where'd it go? Who am I? Mat level 3. So he's putting in 3 and getting 80 back. This guy, when crafting, how do I not have enough resources? Like, seriously. Experience, but it leveled me up. Mat level 3, needed to level 40 at level 3. Isn't that weird? Wait, needed to level. Yeah. At level 3. Mat level 3. Needed to level 40 at level 3. Mat level 3. 80. Why does this guy say 80? That is weird. I'm gonna do it again right beneath him. It's the exact same thing. Get materials to level for the profession level. And then I'm gonna say what the recipe profession is. Whoops. Just double check. And I'm also going to, no, that's all I'm gonna do. It already showed the mat level there. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense though. But it will. You'll find something and then it's like, oh, of course, that's stupid. Get materials to level. This is the UI, so we're seeing this on the player side. I'll go ahead and pause so this doesn't save. Actually, I do want it to save this time. I want to keep that lumber, so I'll just disconnect. And he will save, the server will save the player. And then they'll both recompile this debug. This is just straight to string, and it's gone to 80. And so was the stats UI was going straight to 80. But the player crafting, game settings, get materials to level, needed to level, said 40. You feed it a 3, and you get 80 in one spot. You feed it to 3, you get 40 in another spot. How does that work? Am I getting too much sun or something? I need help, kitties. You close your eyes when I say your name. I saw you looking at me. And this is one of those trivial little things. Almost doesn't even matter to gameplay, but here I am spending an hour and a half going, what the heck is this doing? Before you know it, it's December 2020. You're still in early access. Wondering, what did I do? Where did I go wrong? No, I'm just kidding. Going to craft a wood. I'm going to clear everything first. I'm going to craft a woodworking short bow. Mat level is now 490 based on woodworking. 90. I fed it a 4. Oops, I don't want to open a second solution. Stop. Be gone. Go away. I don't like you. It's my fault, but I don't like... The shadow copy likes to open its own solution, but they're the same solution, and it gets really confusing really fast. That is this guy. Debug. 90, it says. 90. Get materials to level. When I feed it a 4, it gives me 90. Now I'm going to craft it. And the server's going to say half of that. Needed to level 45. So the only thing that can be going wrong here is it's got to be, I know what's happening. This method is multiplying by base materials to level. Who is this? Find all references. Where are you at? Game settings. Base materials to level. You're in game settings, right? Yeah. Do you have a default setting? I mean, I know you're up here. Multiplayer, audio, video, gameplay. Base materials to level is 50. So I'm gonna bet that if I check that here, base materials to level, current is set to 25. So the server settings are different than the client settings. Base materials to level, base materials to level. They're not going to show it to me because I'm not the server. That makes sense. But that's what's going on. So that needs to be passed down to the player when they connect. What other kind of stuff like that would be needed? You know, and it's just for calculating this number, but that's confusing to players when the server changes. I think this is one of Fletch's worlds or something like that. It's a world that I got from a player and then sort of just kept using and built a bunch of random stuff in. So they changed the default, which would be 50, and at level 4 that goes up to 90. So I need to pass that down to the client when it connects. Let's just look in here if there's more of that, like max stack size. But that kind of stuff is all handled server size. It's only stuff that would be used in the interface like this, client side. But there's probably more of those. I'm going to go ahead and copy all of these into a text file and look at them. Of course, the seed is the most important. That's kept elsewhere, though. Things that the interface would use. Multiplayer settings, no. Audio, that's client side. Video, that's client side. Client side. Gameplay, hide helmet, client side, client side, client side. Client side, controls, area, client side, world settings, this is the stuff. Levels per kilometer. I'll bet that does get used. Server admins don't tend to mess with that. That's pretty serious. But here it's raining out here. I'm thinking like when you build a town or you open the town UI, doesn't it look for that? Levels, no. Whoops, game settings, let's go look. World settings, find all references. Well, that gets called in a lot of places. Get level by location. For example, player building. Yeah, that definitely is needed on the client side as well. So keep that. Spawn stuff is server side. That doesn't matter. Biome noise is, of course, necessary. Does that not get transferred? I'm not sure that this is world data holder, noise manager, get biome, force the first 4. Yeah, that's important. I mean, again, not something Fletch or I have messed with, I don't think, but if we did, the client would definitely need to know that in order to get the same world results. EXP to level up is most likely needed. That's shown. Multipliers are not. Passive spiders, that's local. Crafting, so yeah, there we go, there's that. Max stack size. Transmogrify. Does that even work in multiplayer? I don't think it actually shows. Let's try it. I don't know if I have a transmogrifier here. Anywhere. Don't think I do. I can make one. Is that masonry? 50 stone. Do I have any stone? Right. Forgot my commands. Craft a transmogrifier. Put her down next to the enchanting table. Yeah, this does show those right there, so I'm gonna need those. Let's pause again. Crafting damage per level, per tier. Yeah, need to know all of those. Crafting armor rarity multiplier. Crafting armor rarity multiplier. What is that? Oh, right. Just how much more armor is awarded per rarity. Starting to get bright in here. What else do we need? We do need all of those. Harvesting base resources to level. We do need that. Reward multiplier. That's server only. Reward toughness. That's displayed when you mouse over an object. So we are going to need, right, harvestable object calculates its own toughness using that, and these are generated if that's what the discrepancies from Fletch's server are, or if they're talking about the BKG server, because I haven't messed with those. I think Fletch said he upped his rare spawning multipliers a bit. Do need to know this one though to get correct displays. Gem toughness, spawn rates or server, base luck and max luck. That's fine just on the server. Resource respawn rate. Yeah. So a resource is dead on the server. The respawn rate's set to 70. 10 days later, a client loads the area. Server sends its data, but it's going to send the data using the resource respawn rate, right? No, it's just going to send the death date, though, isn't it? Harvesting manager. Yeah, I gotta go close my curtains, get in the glare. So, harvesting manager sends dead resources. Which is going to be, what's I? Dead resource is a int 3. Who sent that? You sent that. Request terrain, harvesting data for each resource stat. Resource stat holder, which is remaining rarity and time harvested. So it's gonna give when it died, but then calculating whether it should respawn or not is gonna be calculated locally, so that needs to be sent. Plant growth is server. Fruit respawn hours. Harvestable tree. I should improve this. Currently it's going to do it independently on the server and the client, and then the client will request fruit. So it's not able to get fruit if the server doesn't believe there is fruit, but still the tree spawns on both ends. The coroutine starts on both ends. This should probably just be running on the server. That would eliminate the need for fruit respawn hours to be sent. But we would have to send changes to any players in the vicinity whenever they happen. Currently the harvesting manager doesn't track clients individually. So say lemons grow back and there's 3 players on the server. 1 player is within range of the lemon tree, so it's loaded on their side. That's why it's on the server. Server says to all the players, this lemon plant has grown its fruit back. 2 of the players say, I'm nowhere near, I don't care. 1 of the players says, let me check, I'm within range, and the fruit comes back. The alternative being leaving it up to the client to figure it out itself using the fruit respawn hours, which is what it's currently doing, and which is currently working because nobody's changing the fruit respawn hours. Hi, kitty. But they certainly could. Which would be better? What does Kitty think? I mean, honestly, it would be better controlled on the server. The player doesn't need to be bothered with trying to grow fruit back. It's just that harvesting data is requested on a per terrain basis. Whereas trees are loaded in at a per area basis. Let's go ahead and change it though. Who unpinned game settings? Get back there. So everybody does their own thing. Harvesting manager, remove fruit. What is this? Right. Again, this is checking itself against its own respawn timer, which is why we need to the base start here will check to see if the tree should be dead or not. This will check to see if the fruit should be respawned or not. And if it's deemed as respawned or hasn't been harvested yet, then you just go away. If you let this go through, it removes the fruit and starts the growing fruit coroutine. This is the same variable though, fruit respawn hours. I guess we can let this keep going. It should match up properly if this is getting properly passed to the client. Item decay is server side. So we need to pass all of these down to the player when they connect. When a player client connects, one of the first things that they do is get the seed and whatnot. Input world data, network world settings. network world settings. Network world settings is passing a lot of this through, but a lot of this doesn't matter. Oh no, this does matter, doesn't it? Spawn rate. Did I delete a bunch of that? I did. Let's go back and look at that one more time, because those numbers affect spawn patterns if they're changed. So this is all fine. Multiplayer is all multiplayer stuff. That's client, that's client, that's off. Gameplay is also client, client, client. Just comes down to the world settings. We do need that spawn multiplier. We do need that, as a matter of fact, because the functions are the same. The world only spawns the same as long as the same variables are input. So we need all of those. We need all of these. Biome noises, combat experience, we need this stuff, we don't need. Player damage multiplier. I wonder if that gets used in calculations. In the stats windows at all. Nope. Only used to find final damage. So we don't need that, we don't need that. That's local. We do need that to show experience properly. Base materials level, we do need that. Max stack sizes. Server. Crafting damage per level. We do need this stuff to show item properties properly, which we fixed. That's actually why this method was created. Where to go? Or not. No, this was created to make sure that that stuff shows up. We did have a problem once though with I guess that was just single player. That wasn't a multiplayer problem. This gets used in combat math. What? Crafting damage per level. Shouldn't that be used? Combat math. Get medium damage. What about item database methods? These are what get called when you look at an item in the inventory, the item details screen. This get armor. Oh, but it uses combat math get medium armor and then goes off of that. Okay. But yeah, we do need those. Those do affect the UI. Base resources to level we need. Reward multipliers we do not need. Toughness multiplier we need to show the toughness properly. Spawn rates need to be passed down. Luck does not. Respawn rate does. Farming plant growth. I think farming is actually doing it properly server side. It's kind of one of the reasons it has some problems. Haha! what are we looking at? Plant growth. Let's just do a find all. Apply maturity. But yeah, is this going on locally? Setup. Maturity on disable. Yeah, this is all happening. Water is only allowed on the server, and then that passes it down to the client data. But the actual growing, yeah, that's kind of not the best way to go about things. That really should all be running on the server. I'm just gonna write that down for now. Farming and resource regrowth should be handled only on the server. Currently farming is being allowed to grow on the server and the client separately. Right. Setup. Who calls setup? Everybody calls setup. Farming data holder. Are these network objects? These are network behaviors. But still. Move time forward. That's different. Water watcher, while true. Who starts the water watcher? Starts up here. After being called by setup, who is called by update planner, who is called by player farming. These are all server-side commands. So yeah, farming should be only going on the server. Yeah. This actually never gets called on the client. Correct, right? Farming data holder load cave. This is update planner, which gets called from all of these, which only happen from commands. So I'm going to add a server log here, and then that'll throw a warning if this ever gets called by a non-server client. Move time forward, however, same thing. Yeah, this should be server only. Like I say, fruit trees really should be like this too, but they're currently not. This, I believe, is also called by update client. Is it not? No, it's not. But anyway, we're kind of getting off track here. I think farming is fine. Growth, tree growth, reward, fruit respawn hours. That's where we initially got caught up here. Farming plant growth. I think farming, but I mean, there's no harm in sending the data. Yeah, we might as well. It should be server only, and we'll go back and double check that. Well, and yeah, we added those server values, so yeah, plant growth, tree growth, reward amount, that should be all server only. If any of those are being called on client, we'll get a warning now. In fact, let me look at that once more. Find all references. Farmable planner. Apply maturity. I'm pretty sure that this gets called even on the client. Where is the... That's server. Server. Load plant. Yeah, this happens for everybody. Change maturity. That's the other one that happens on both. Public void harvest. If client is server, yeah, but this should also be server. This is just making sure that stuff's happening as we expect it to be. So now update client data. RPC update client data. That's going to go ahead and send everything. And do we do... It does load plant, right? And load plant calls setup. Nobody calls increase maturity or change maturity. I thought the client might call that as well. Parent planner change maturity this. Load a new model if necessary. Increase maturity. This is water watcher. Increase maturity. Update client data. This should be server only as well, huh? Server. Using mirror. What else can we mark? Get position. That doesn't matter. Harvest. Virtual void harvest. Players clip. From the radial menu. But this is just, then that's going to send the command, yeah. So that's fine. That's client. These are all over the place. That's the vegetable. Let's look at the tree is also counted as a vegetable. Planter is server. Apply maturity to this guy. That only gets called on the server as well. I'm quite certain. That's under server. That's also under server. So we might as well add a server tick there on disable. That gets called under server, load plant. That, and this one too, change maturity. Do we need to have change maturity available for the update client? I know we need load plant. And then load plant uses change maturity somewhere? No. Where does change maturity come from? Parent planter, farmable vegetable. That is a server only. Loading model if they don't changed. But in the event of a new update, if plant does not equal null, destroy it, and then load, and I'm just gonna have it load it immediately. Spawn and place it, just the local scale of each child unless pumpkins. So yeah, it's handling all of that stuff itself. So change maturity is also server only. And let's double check tilde ground called when loading on the server. Correct? I believe. Start routine, load tree. No? Was it? Find all references. Farming data holder. Client has no access to those. Called when loading, apply materials, load tree. Where is update client data? Water watcher, start coroutine water watcher, move time forward. You should be server only. You should update client data. But when we load, we would also like to update client data once at least. Unless we are spawned and the tree and all the plants are null and we are not wet. See, because we might be wet. Wetness equals times. Yeah, wetness still needs to be moving through regardless of water. Water watcher. Does this subtract? If wetness is 0, wetness minus equals 1. Okay, so the water watcher is handling that. This is handling... This is also handling wetness. If time difference... Oh, that's the move time forward. Yeah, that's different. That's when time has passed since it was last loaded. So server starts the water watcher, server moves time forward, server applies maturity, on disable doesn't matter, water watcher only gets called by the server. Hi Katie, rub on the mic. Load tree. That is probably going to be called by the client. Change maturity. This one I'm not so sure about, but it has load plant and stuff there. Remove tree fruit. Update client data. That should be server only. Remove position, server only. Harvest, that's server only. Update client data. This guy has load plant, which means he's also going to have load tree. So load plant and load tree are good on their own. Everything else is server. And if not, we'll get a warning saying, what the heck are you doing? You're crazy. Back to what we were thinking about. So yeah, farming is fine. Fruit respawn hours currently is running on both the client and the server, mostly because trees are not actual objects. They're just part of an array that exists on the terrain. There's a collider in the position that the graphical representation exists at for the player to mouse over so they can interact with the graphical representation of the tree. But it's not actually stored like an object, so it's not a network object, meaning the server can't have its own copy. You know, normally you'd have the server and the client copy of, say, like a monster, and when the monster dies on the server, it tells the client monster, you die, and then it dies. That doesn't exist on the trees. They're their own separate instances on the server and the client. So if I want to tell a fruit tree that its fruit has grown back on the server, I have to go through, hi other kitty, I have to go through the harvesting manager and say, hey, this fruit tree on this terrain at this position regrew its fruit, and then the client can go and look for it. If it finds it, grow it back. But there's a lot of different cases where this or that could, yeah. So, I mean, that's kind of the ideal position. Kitty, need my keyboard, sorry. Don't step on it. Having that run only on the server. So I've got my note about that. Resource, let's say fruit regrowth should be handled only on the server. But for now, I'm going to let it go as it is and just make sure that we pass the fruit respawn hours settings down. Item decay and tombstone decay, those are network objects and the client doesn't care about. So we need to add all of this that is not already present to this guy. Public network settings. We've already got some of them. Levels per kilometer is there. These guys are all there. Monolith spawn multiplier. Oh, there he is. Animal spawn multiplier is not there. Hold on. Cave, veggie, herb, monolith. Okay, tree and animal are up there. Then we've got the biome noises. I'm going to get rid of all of this stuff. As well as these. grass biome frequency. Yeah, we want that. We want that, we want that, we want that, we want that. None of this is showing up as red, so all the rest of this is new. Or I mean... Right. Okay, so yeah, these guys already exist here. So we'll get rid of them. But we need to add all of these to this network package. Thank you for the follow, Coinbags. Yes, you do need to port forward for hosting a server. The default is, I believe, 27015, which is just kind of Steam's recommendation. And there's been some guides written about that on the Steam forums. If you do a search for it, I bet a couple players have written up sort of guides on how to do that. But yeah, that's the biggest hurdle for setting up a server, definitely. Yeah, there's two cases. One case is you're running off of Steam, which, I mean, the other case is you're running on Steam, in which case, when a player connects and they're logged into Steam, it'll send their Steam ID to the server, and then the server will validate that with Steam, that they're an actual client that owns the game, and, so it adds that security level that Steam sort of self-provides. If you're doing it that way, you also have to have, there's another server or another port that Steam uses, which is 27016. And that's just what is used for Steam to query the server, to add it to its own server search functions, which is what I use in the game itself to look for servers. So you can specify that yourself. When you start a server up for the first time, it'll make this server cfg.dat file. And then inside of here is both of the port and the Steam query port. So you can specify those yourself if you want to change them. But the defaults are the 27015 and 27016. The rest of these are integers. This is just a sort of a package class that I use to pass the initial world data to the player when they log in to a server the first time. And we do so by. This is kind of a pain, but sometimes you just gotta do it. And I'm doing double semicolons for all of that, aren't I? These guys were already in there, so now we need grass biome frequency, ocean biome frequency, mountain biome frequency, desert biome frequency, swamp biome frequency, EXP to level, base materials to level, transmogrify 0, transmogrify 1, transmogrify 2, transmogrify 3. What are you fussing about? Float to an int. All these were floats. Why would that be a float? That's silly. Oh, I think all of these are floats, because ints will automatically accept a float if they need. They'll just cast it back to an int on the fly. When you apply it here. Transmogrify. Crafting damage per level. Let's do crafting damage per level. Game settings, crafting. Those don't exist. Meow. What's the matter? Oh, the big kitty. Big kitty that doesn't like hugs. Huh? How come you don't like hugs? You're such a nice kitty. He's gonna sit on my lap, but he won't let me hug him. You out of food or water or something? What's the matter? Who brought a towel to the cat food? You may. I know it was you. Don't act innocent. We're looking at game settings. Crafting damage per level. Is that just stored somewhere else? Video, crafting. Crafting damage per level. It's there, but it's not down here. I guess I just haven't plugged them in yet. We can do that. All these guys. Gonna need my keyboard in a minute here, kitty. Yeah, there's the other kitties. Yeah, that's Tabi. Tabi means journey in Japanese. So we found him out in our garden. It's just a little baby. Don't know where he came from. All by himself. So we named him Tabi. Want to add these two Get current settings. Sure. I get any my keyboard, sorry. Yeah, yeah, I know, it's tough. So these aren't even in the settings, is what you're telling me. Yeah. What's the current top? I don't know, they're all in order. 68. Um, 68 was it? So this is 69, 70, 71, 72. You don't have to do this with enumerators, but if you change their order around later, and these aren't specified, it'll just label them automatically 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you move 13 behind 10, just because it looks better organized that way later on, it'll renumber all of them in the new order. So anywhere that you've used them for reference by, for example, in the Unity editor, where you've got all your inspector positions, public variables there, those are all stored actually by using this number. They don't actually store the text. So those will all get changed depending on your order. You can really cause some serious headaches if you don't specify these numbers. I almost always do. I'm almost 100% sure that these are never getting used like that. But recently I'm actually using some of the harvesting ones. Yeah, so it's always a good thing to do that. What are we doing? So yeah, we added them as settings. Now they exist as settings, so we can do this. And now we want to do a return of something. What's the matter? Oh. Crafting damage per level. You just sleep too much and now you're got too much energy and nobody will play with you? What's the matter? Thank you for the follow, Wiley Dan. Yeah, you're just not gonna leave me alone, huh? It's a big kitty. Purr into the mic. Crafting damage per tier. I skipped my break, but what are you gonna do? Crafting damage rarity multiplier. Crafting damage per material. Crafting armor per level. Crafting armor per tier. Crafting armor rarity multiplier. Crafting armor. Crafting armor per material. Did we get all those right? Damage per tier, damage rarity multiplier, damage, crafting damage per material. Armor per level, armor per tier, armor rarity multiplier, armor per material. Looks good. This will get the current setting. We've also got another one that will change the setting. Don't think these are integers. These are no crafting damage per level. Yeah, that's not an integer. That's a float. I think these are all floats. Damage per tier, rarity multiplier per material. Yeah, these are all floats. So, that will change the setting, and then we can get the default setting for the console, which is less important and maybe already plugged in to here, but no, it's not. Did I add these later, or how come these aren't in here? I guess I added them as options to be changeable. Crafting damage per level is 0.2. Let's just go ahead and add that to all of these once to make changing them easier. Per tier, I forget, is that 5? .2, 1.5, 1, 3. How about we just do a little snippet? Do a little snippet like this. I'll drag that over here so I can see it, and go back down, and that's a 1.5. That's a 1. Damage per material by default is 3. Armor per level is same, 0.2, 1.5, 1, and 3. Okay. Now I wanted those down here. Okay. Now we can go back to here and do crafting damage per level, crafting damage per tier, crafting damage rarity multiplier, and crafting damage per material, and crafting armor per level, and crafting armor per tier, and crafting armor rarity multiplier, and crafting armor per material. Very good. And we were still doing the rest of these. Base resources to level, resource toughness multiplier, gem toughness multiplier, resource respawn rate, and fruit respawn hours. I need a drink. That was a lot. It gets really dry here in the winter. It has begun. It gets really wet in the summer too. Hard to complain though. It's a beautiful country. So this is when we create a new world settings packet to send to the player. I just added all of these new. So now we need to have it apply those after the client receives it. Gem legendary spawn rate is where it ends. This is just, can I do something like this? Let me test the validity of that. Yeah, I think that was smart. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then we just want to do change settings like that. And then instead of this, we want a comma. And if we close these, we're good, right? Change settings, grass. Yeah. So we'll continue to do that to the rest of these. Be nice if the robots could figure out how to do this kind of stuff for you. And you can kind of program certain, you can write, I forget what it's called, but like Notepad++, can write commands to go through and grab the text before any equal signs and move it to the end of the line and then do this and then do that. I have gotten into that before, and it does work. It is useful when you're working with more than this. Sometimes you've got, whatever it is, emails you got to go through or something like that. These will have 3 spaces, and it does speed that up. When it's only this many, I just go ahead and do it manually. It's not a big deal. These I want to all change into commas. And then I just want to append closing brackets on all of these. And then we change get to set. And we're good. Except for this part. Oop. So now when a player connects, they will request the server data, and the new network world settings will be created using the server settings. It will make sure that all of this is also added in there. It'll input that to the player. The player will then apply the settings, making sure that they have all the same numbers on their side. That is actually quite important for all of that. So, silly as a problem though it may have been, that should now fix our discrepancies in crafting experience requirements to the next level. So let's start the server back up and see. I'm gonna get ready to get rid of those debugs. I'm just gonna go ahead and do it now while stuff's loading. Player data holder. Where are you open? What did I change in you? Right. It's good. I'll close you for now. Needed to level. This was the stuff that was getting weird. EXP to be awarded. Ooh, this is gonna start. Compiling, isn't it? No? You good? We fine? Anyway. I didn't save. Okay, good. If I would have saved that, the client would have started recompiling. And then they'd be running on different versions. It wouldn't have broken anything, but just not what you're looking to do. What was it was global methods, wasn't there, that had that? One call, get the amount needed, yada yada. Let's look for debugs. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one. Nope. 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 I guess I got rid of it. If not, it'll show up. So now when I go to craft a short bow, we were properly seeing 45 experience because that's the settings that the server is at. And now it all makes sense. Sometimes you think the program's just being fussy, but it actually just does exactly what you tell it to. So I'm going to practice for 15 experience. Should put me at 30. Showed up immediately. I can switch over to my crafting window, look at woodworking, and see that I've got 30 experience likewise immediately. So we fixed all of that. Let's write it down so we don't forget it. Fixed discrepancies between how to say, my English is steadily deteriorating the longer I live in Japan. Fixed server side world settings not being fully, not being completely fixed. Not all server-side world settings being transferred to clients upon connection. Fixed crafting experience and levels not updating immediately while crafting in multiplayer. That is how stuff goes sometimes. Would have been nice if that took 20 minutes to do. And now finally, I'm going to open up my curtains again. The sun has passed. Hi, kitty. A whole bunch of kitties. Yeah. 6 hours ago. Oh, that was me. What do you know? Let's log in for the 30th time today. And close that. Forgot to write that down too. Increased hitboxes for most monsters and animals. Increased hitbox size is... So this one is now resolved. Fixed in 0.7.0.11. Boats respond resources. What did we change with that earlier today? Do not have actual value. Resources that respawn do not have actual value. For example, I say uncommon. This has been resolved. Fixed for 0.7.0.11, and we need to write that down. Fixed respawn resources rewarding 0 resources. List of issues. Right, town stuff. Rare trees still harvest as white sometimes. Harvesting fruit. Fixed that. Fixed that. Storehouse stuff not working. We better take a look at that. I've got a storehouse, and I've got, I believe, some sort of gatherer right at my start there. As you can tell, the bug reports are my lifeline. I mean, it'd be great if the game just, worked. But I guess I'm human. Dang it. I need to fix this little combat animation delay too. I like when they go into that stance when they fight like this. And then it's supposed to time out. Yeah. They get stuck in it in the beginning though for some reason. I just stopped playing with it after I implemented it. So here's my storehouse, and it is full as full. I'm going to withdraw 100. Would have been nice if it told me that it did that. Did it do that? It gave me 100. How come it didn't give me a thing? And then here's these debugs I was trying to get rid of. There it is. Don't want you, don't want you, gonna close you, don't want you, gonna close you, close, 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 close. What is this? Why did I open this? Oh yeah, I was just looking at that. Stats, good. Yeah. Yeah. Where is town? Storehouse, town UI storehouse, storage, deposit, details, upgrades. What was I looking for? Storage, maybe? refresh stored list, load resource low, storage slot clicked, deposit. Where's withdrawal? +1, -1, withdraw. Command withdraw. Solace get Solace pen number, withdraw resources client. It's gonna give it to the client. Inventory full. Otherwise, if amount returned, no. Storage slot equals get client inventory, attempt to add resources. This is server side on the player inventory. Looking for any returns. I don't see any. There's return amount, update inventory slots. But it's not. Yeah, player interface, add local message. So that's there. Did I just miss it? I didn't see it say that it gave me stuff, and I got a bunch of crap in my inventory here. Oops. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Whoa. 510, so it's gone up since I've been here. I'm going to take another, select a resource, going to take another 100 out, withdraw. See, there's no, it's not showing up. If is local player, this is definitely not the local player. Why would you check that? If is local player, if amount does not equal original amount. Yeah, that doesn't need to be local player. You're going to contact this specific client and give it to him, so that's fine. It's not going to go to all the other clients. That was just a mistake. Still got all these debugs going off. I'm just going to restart once so those stop. Oh, I know the cat box is clean. You got food, you got water. I don't know what you're talking about. You're just bored, huh? Just a bored kitty. You slept too much is what it is. You got too much energy now. You gotta run around the house more. Go crazy. Just go crazy for a bit. Quit rubbing on the mic. Huh? Restart. So people are saying that the trade or another building people do not respond and lock the character movement. Storehouse still not accumulating basic harvests of wood, etc. Wonder if somebody got a bad town placement or something like that. I think even this one that I was looking at, the Solace said that the biome was null, but the town must be working properly. The stocks are coming in. I'll try getting a wood cutter or a lumberer. See if that makes any difference. Shouldn't. I should have saved. No, I still got all my stuff. Okay. Interacting with signs is fine, right? The town is in the grass biome. The Solace is in the grass biome. Okay. This guy is fine. I don't see any locking up going on here. Yeah. Let's sleep till morning. That doesn't work on multiplayer, of course. Sleep until morning, called on client. Player input 200. No, don't open the other solution. I don't want it. I don't want it. Player input 200. I just want to nip that. 200. Client player environment, sleep until morning, sleep until morning. It is server. So yeah, we'll just call if client dot is server. No, let's do if game settings game game play mode. Play mode is equal to single player, because we don't want that to happen even if a host goes to bed. Oh, you're gonna sit in front of the keyboard. That's very very nice, kind of you. But yeah. So let's try building a logger. That's what I was looking for. Too far away. Or was this guy in the way? Because he's... I'll bet this guy was in the way, huh? Is that what's going to tell me? Let's look at that. We could probably improve that. Not in power range. Yeah, it's too far away. Okay. Let me put my sword back on. It's on. Can I upgrade my power? Yes, I can. Good enough. Add a logger. That's lined up right, okay. Interacts fine, tier 0, hourly harvest is 10. Name is Rosemary. Giant head. I might want to fix these guys a little bit. I need to fix their eyes too. I never did figure out what the problem was with that. It's only supposed to be changing the color of their, you know, the ring around the iris, but it changes the whites of their eyes. And that's really poor results. There's something the kitties want. They act like they want to go outside, but they know they don't want to. They know they'd get scared as soon as they set foot out there. The ground's rumbling. Might have just had a little earthquake. One of the perks of Japan. My phone's not going off though, must have been tiny. Sometimes you get a big one, but it's far enough away that it just kind of does a little ripple here. This kitty in front of my keyboard wants that Christmas flower so she can chew on it. Yeah, that'll make the wife happy. Why don't you go somewhere else, you? Cute as you are. One of my cats is a biter. Yeah, you're a biter. She'll chew on socks, bras, skirts, whatever, towels. Is it still? Oh no, I'm full. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. Here comes another hour. 3 o'clock. 10 timber has successfully come in. So, not sure what the problem is for other people. Maybe they have old storehouses that aren't working anymore, or something along those lines. Let's try to get some more data. Stuart. Unable to reproduce town/storehouse problems. Can you point me to a specific area on a specific server to try? Stocks are fixed. Fruit. Let's try that. I did fix that, but I think there's a fruit tree right here too in this server. It's dark as crap. Isn't there a fruit tree? There we go. So, Control F to harvest, Shift F, F to harvest. Isn't that scary though? Is it gonna chop it down? I don't think it is. F. It did. It chopped. It gave me the lemons and it chopped. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Why did you do it? Why did you chop the lemon tree? Player input. I don't care about player input. It's a harvestable object. It's a harvestable tree. If the fruit is not null, and I get key down, get key down, interact, harvest fruit, right? I got key interact. It's a harvestable tree. It's got fruit, and I did the key down, so I went for harvest fruit. How did engage basic harvest get called there? Command harvest fruit. Tree harvest fruit. Add the fruit. It doesn't set the fruit to null though, right? Harvest fruit, give me the fruit, remove fruit, start coroutine, grow fruit. Yeah, that's just going to, if it's orange, new prototype, tree to array, but it doesn't change the collider. The actual collider is what you're targeting. This is just changing the visual representation. Hi, kitty. I'm confused why it hit the tree. Kind of hard to type with you on my lap, kitty. Fruit attack. Wood attack. This is also a wood attack that should not be being called. And I didn't do auto harvest or anything like that. Else. Fine. Recompile and try again. Back to sleeping, huh? I don't know if you've ever seen Red Dwarf. It's a British comedy. I think mostly back in the late 80s, early 90s. But one of the characters was a humanoid that evolved over millions of years from cats. He was always joking about if he doesn't sleep 6 or 9 times a day, he doesn't have enough energy for his main snooze. It's so hard being a cat. I just like them because I'm lazy. I'm too lazy to walk a dog every day. I'd feel bad not walking it, and it'd get fat, and yeah. The cats come and go as they please. Which is why dog people don't like cats, because they're like, play with me, and the cats are like, get away from me. They're all very... Cats are much more... have a lot of different characters than dogs do. I mean, some dogs are pretty evil and weird, but cats are very different, depending on the cat. This way. I'm going to hold down F. Why did you hit it? Why are you calling wood attack? Bad input. Fruit attack, wood attack. 136. I should have put the frame counts in there. No, don't open the other solution. I know where you are. Don't really want to go look for that collider. Yeah, you go away. Pause. What actually happens is all on the server. So let's look at the server side. It's brighter too. That's nice. Over here. So I can't click on the tree because he's just a visual representation. It's going to select the terrain. Yeah, is there some way that I can actually turn on like the physics representations? Something like that would be nice. I don't think there is. The way to do it is click on the terrain and open it up and open the resources, and there's a million tree colliders. Pretty sure I don't have these named at all. Let me see if I can find something nearby that should be in the same area. There we go. That's Spirit Tea. So either one of the colliders above, or there it is. So this is a harvestable tree. The resource is timber. What are you talking about? No, that's fine, yeah. The fruit, where's the fruit? Harvestable tree, resource, common rewards. Fruit is lemon. The fruit is lemon. How did you get to here? Oh, okay. So yeah. The fruit, yeah, this needs to not be an and. If the fruit does not equal null, move into your own little stage here, and then do a double check to make sure that we're actually pushing attack on this frame, because, right? Am I right? Is that wrong? What am I talking about? You can hold down to harvest, right? Which is nice because it induces it places a global cooldown. So we don't actually want that, now that I think about it. We do want the fruit attack to stay the same, but we want, when you do the fruit for public void harvest fruit, if player was not able to return recommend harvest fruit. Engage basic attack, same thing, checking the global cooldown first. Harvest fruit, checks the global cooldown, sends the command, but here, we are setting the global cooldown to 0.5. But if it turns out, no, harvest fruit tries to do it, even if there is no fruit available, it should still engage the global cooldown. Player script controller, that's not right. Client player skills, there we go. If the client player skills, this is local, so that's fine, but still. Server side, this would call the server object, and this is server side, meaning it was checking if it was setting the server's global cooldown to 0.5, which is not what we want. In this case, as we would expect, command engage skill. Blah blah blah. It would do the basic harvest. Which would be, we'll just go look it up for fun. Basic harvest, at the end of which is going to set the client global school down to 0.5. Player skills, skill template. You don't need to do that, but whatever. That should work better. Let's try that. I did a little bit of farming, working on trees, just following bug reports. Pushing and harvest on fruit trees was making them like try to harvest per frame, causing you to get fruit one frame and then like 8 frames of no fruit would get spammed out immediately no matter how fast you push the button. This should fix that. I'll write it down if it does. It was also adding the global cooldown to the server character, not to the player properly. Harvesting speed would definitely, there's a global cooldown of 0.5, which is just kind of like for anything. But then, yeah, the actual cooldown itself would be calculated using your skills and all that. I just don't like it being this dark. And does that roof not have any colliders? What's up with that? Whatever. Let's not get distracted. Over to our orange tree. Is it a lemon tree? So I'm going to hold down F, and it's still doing it. See how it does it like 3 all at once there. Probably the main reason for that is because let's go ahead and quit out. No, yeah, it should be fine. Because the global cooldown is a sync var. Again, those take a second. And if it's fruit, really, you only get one. Oh, thank you for the follow, Exile. Up to 10. Woohoo! I get to be a Twitch affiliate if I can get up to 50 followers. Tell your grandma. That seems fine. We'll look into that later. If we can get more data from Stuart. Player input. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and add if key bindings dot get key down keys dot interact. And just what that'll do is make sure that this is actually the frame that we pushed fruit. You know what I mean? Get key is going to be any frame that key is being pressed. So like I was doing, I can hold F down and it'll spam. You get fruit, and then it says no fruit, no fruit, no fruit, no fruit for the next like 4 frames until the network catches up and says that you've got a global cooldown. In this case, instead, it will only allow the command to be sent the frame that the key is actually pushed. Which you don't want for the basic harvesting, because people like to just hold that down, and then when you're able to harvest, it goes ahead and harvest. Or you can just use the auto harvest, but for fruit, it's something you only ever do once, you know. Anyway, so there's no reason for it to be doing that. And if anybody's wondering, I'm reading chat from Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch all at the same time. So I might be responding to someone that you don't actually see in chat. Just so you know. I need to get a little chat bot set up and this and that over the weekend. A lot of stuff I still don't know what I'm doing, really. Back to the tree. And these leg spikes are expected when running 2 editor instances and streaming. So I'm going to hold down F again, and we only get no fruit available once. Which is unfortunate because it looks like there is fruit there. But I harvested it last time. So we fixed the spam, but the dead resources did not transfer across properly. Which is kind of the big problem. People harvesting stuff on multiplayer that looks like it's legendary, only to find that they then get stuff that's not. There's 2 ways that can happen, though. One way is like we just saw with the fruit tree, where the data doesn't quite match up in time. It's kind of a different story, though. More likely is people playing on Fletch's server and why did all these fast noise things change? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. It should be this one now. Yeah. You saw nothing. What was I talking about? Player client connects. Now we have it sending this stuff. Resource respawn rate. Yeah, but the gem yada yada respawn rate. It's been a while, but we actually had a guy that got to 1,000,000 kilometers. Quazilla was a frequent player previously, but the math starts breaking down when you get out that far. And I did not prioritize fixing the math bugs inherent to fighting level 1,000,000 monsters. He ended up creating a new character. But you can get out that far. And further. And I will update the math someday so that you can go even further. It's usually done with people, usually with people turning the settings way up, so stuff's really easy, and this and that, and then they just do the ley line jumping constantly. But even then, that's a long ways out there. I don't know if he could survive out there, but he made it out there. So why would something spawn? I need a way to test that. I wonder how far out. Fruit trees, not spamming anymore. 0.7.0.11. Rare trees still harvest as white sometime. So I want to know, does anybody know how far out you have to go before that kind of stuff starts happening? Because I can imagine maybe that the math might get some discrepancies cropping up if you get out far enough, because the server is always locked at world 0. If a player runs out 100 kilometers, they're literally 100 kilometers out on the server. Whereas on the client side, every 8 kilometers, it shifts the entire world back to 0 so that it doesn't get those math discrepancies. They're called floating point errors. So client side, you're always near the 0. So if you're 100 kilometers out on the server, you're going to be getting slight floating point errors. That could be, might be a way for that to cause resources to spawn or to generate their rarities differently than expected. They generate rarity based on the local centimeter that they occupy. So I'm going to do some, do I have any, that's the server, do I have any distant Solaces set up? What do we got? 54 kilometers, tier 10. Nighttime. I got crazy strong gear, I should be fine. And at night, Oh, I'm not fine at all. Oh, I haven't spent my stats at all. I got one shot. I'm stupid. My poor test characters. Give me all the strength. Wait, what? I only got 6? Alright, I thought I was level 50. Am I not level? Oh, I'm level 0. I'm just wearing fancy gear. Alright, time to cheat. Give me a second. I knew I was level 50. You guys knew I was level 50. Give me some strength. Give me some stamina. Give me some agility. And that's fine. It's a good chance to look at my tombstone as well. Which would have definitely despawned by now. So there it is. F to interact. There's all my stuff. Not that I need any of it, but and there it went away. As expected. I don't care about you guys. I want to find some shinies. There's some shiny greens over here. Sun's gonna start coming up. So I'm 40 kilometers out on the server. How did I die again? How did I die? I had like 10,000 hit points. What's going on? He didn't hit me that hard. He only hit me for 50. What happened there? What's going on? Where's that saved? Player stats? Let me see them. Strength, stamina, agility. What's my level? I forget where I see my level. Armor's huge, dodge, parry. How did that guy one-shot me? What's going on? Is that under player skills? I'm ashamed to say I don't know where player level is located. It's not something I've had to look at in a long time. Player manager. No. Player skills. I thought it was skills. Class level. Stats. You'd think it'd be stats. Why wasn't it stats? It is stats. Hide and inspector. But I'm in debug mode. Show it to me anyway. Player stats. You're not going to show it to me? Hit points should be here too. Max health 10, 15. How did that guy one-shot me? I'm confused. He only hit me for 50. I got 1k health. Something's not right. I'm gonna have to go in swinging. I'm gonna have to go full screen. I have to get serious. That's a Unity error, in case anybody doesn't remember. Not a problem. Let's just hit some random trees. Ooh. Something's not. Oh, I only got tier 2 weapons. Alright, I'm gonna cheat. Hold on a second. Sorry for cheating. White, white, white. This guy's green. Green. White. It's a boar. I'm scared of everything now. Green. I'm pretty sure Fletch did say that he upped his resource rarity spawns a bit. I wonder if that is somehow causing problems, or if it's the distance. I'd like to try both, but I'm already out. I'm only at tier 10 though. Somebody was saying they're at tier 60. There's another couple of green trees. Let's try those. Hopefully nobody notices me. Oh, see, that was white. What's up with that? Let me do... I'm gonna go look where I am. I'm gonna pause this so it doesn't save. So I want that tree to come back. So I'm gonna go look at the tree here. And on the server, see, I'm literally 40 kilometers away, which Unity does not like. But it could still handle it. It's just visual and like math that it bothers it. Yeah, I'm getting messed with for cheating, aren't I? I'd like to save my position, but I can't, or that tree won't come back. I didn't pick up my tombstone, did I? Doesn't matter. Should I add some debug somewhere? Yeah, I do want to do, you know how we've got the little compass up here? I don't know if you played the New World beta at all, and I'm sure there's lots of other games that have done that, but as you level up, they show stuff that's nearby on the compass. And I want to make skills for that, and I also want to make potions for that. Maybe enchants for that too, even. You know, to increase the distance, maybe like the accuracy and the ability. So like some of them can only see common, while stronger ones can see all the way up to legendary. You know, right now we've just got this tiny little compass up here, but to expand it out to be like something like this big, and then have some options so you can turn certain things on and off. As well as waypoints, of course, you know, so you can put a waypoint on the map and then have it show up on the compass, or like if a Solace is within 500 meters, have it show up on the compass. Sometimes you walk right past them, you know. I gotta say, I'm really enjoying streaming like this. I've been doing this almost 3 years now. I started in January 2018. And this is only day 2 of streaming for me. I should have been doing this from day 1. Because it's kind of a lonely job. Sitting here programming by yourself all day. Like I say, day 2, I've got 3 viewers right now. I think that's pretty awesome. Just even kind of the thought that someone is there even is really actually super motivating too. I take after my dad a bit in that I'm kind of a slacker sometimes. But with somebody watching me like this, you know, it's not like, you know what I mean? It's just that extra little motivation. It's actually very nice. I moved the camera. I shouldn't have moved the camera. Which tree was it? It was like right here, wasn't it? I'm still looking at it at this guy, aren't I? He hasn't showed up here yet. No, he was green though. So there should be a green guy right here, right? Hope I didn't ruin it. Anyway, I need to just move. Malcare is currently, that's to the north, so I want to be running to the south. Right? Yeah. I don't have my tools again, do I? I do. Saved ones. Cool. Still don't understand why that guy killed me. That was pretty close to a monolith, wasn't it? Or was it this tree right here? No, he's still pretty far away. We'll try this one too, though. See, that guy hit me. He didn't kill me. Big baby. Do I not have my sword on? Oh, I don't hit very strong there. What was that? Where did they go running off to? Yeah, these guys need some better melee range. Getting up in my face. I'll worry about that in a second. Get away from me. I guess I am out at level 50. I need a skill. Or 2. Shush! Yeah, there is a way to post live streams, like you said, on the You know how like lately you can go to some store pages and there's like a live stream at the top of the game page on Steam? I'm not sure if you're supposed to be playing the game. No, but it said, yeah, I looked at it this morning and it said, I can show you here without revealing any weird passwords. Hello. If I go to Solace Crafting, Community Hub, I have admin controls. You can post a live stream. Encourage players to watch your games such as tournament, dev live stream. So I'm going to do this tomorrow. I'll turn this on and see. I posted a link yesterday, sort of inconspicuously here, you know, saying that I'd be streaming, but yeah, that would be neat if I brought in a bunch of people. Green tree. Okay, I'm gonna save here once on the server, and then I'm gonna chop the tree down. Okay, he was green. There was another one over this hill by a monolith, wasn't it? Am I anywhere near a monolith? I'm running towards a monolith. I should have made myself level 10,000. Have I run too far? I feel like I run too far now. Yeah, I need to go east. Right? Am I running the right way? I don't even know. Quite a ways east. And a little bit north. I'm running the right direction here, aren't I? Am I running away? East would be... Oh, I am running away. I need to be going west. Dang it. The z-axis plus is west, yeah. Okay, I think that's the monolith. Yeah, there's that tree. Alright, you want to fight me, boar? No? Good. Okay, I'm going to save. This is the spot, right? I'm looking at myself. Okay. What about... I didn't move the server camera. Let's look at him. Yeah, there we go. Same tree. So I'm going to save on the server. What is this? Nav builder didn't work. What are you talking about? I got no navigation over here now? What are you talking about? That's not acceptable. Nav builder 121. Show it to me. Nav builder requests remove at 0. If nav update requests remove at 0. Yeah, I thought, didn't I? I turned that off for single player yesterday. I did not turn it off for multiplayer. That's a bummer. There's gonna be people still having problems with that today, huh? Shoot. Anyway. Did I save? I saved. Now I'm going to chop the tree and it gives me white. Okay, so now I can save with him, which isn't going to save the game. It's just going to save his position. So we can reload. The tree should still be there. I'm going to write that down too. Fixed fixed MP specific nav mesh error causing monsters and animals to go what? To go vegetative, to stop responding. You doing okay, Unity? Is this guy still compiling? What's going on here? Unity does sometimes build up RAM usage over time, especially when you're jumping in and out of scenes repeatedly like this. I mean, we're getting 10 minutes to 5. I've been at it for 8 hours. It's a good chunk for today. But, let's see what's up with that tree. Why is he green on the client and white on the server? And how are we going to debug that? Figure out his position and have debugs on both the client and the server be put out for any trees at that specific location. Find out why calculate rarity is giving different results for the same position. Like I say though, we're at 40 kilometers out on the server. So that's getting to the point where a rounded centimeter might go in the wrong direction. I knew it would do that. The tree is gone. No, it's right there. Is that the same tree? I don't think that's the same tree. Let's look on the server. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where is me? I can't see me. over here looking at these trees. Okay, that tree there. Let's see if I can find him. No, let's try going down. Is that it? There we go. So on the server, he's at 271. Let's go ahead and pause both of these. On the client, how come they don't show the sparklies? I forget. There it is. You paused, right? Yeah. Why are the leaves doing that when they're paused? Whatever. So we want to look at I think he's beneath this rock somewhere. There he was. $271.7695, 828.9028, 1265.061. That's the exact same. And hold on, we do have green particles on this one on the server. So this is the wrong tree, isn't it? Did I mess it up? Maybe I was too close to that. Whoops. Tree that didn't respawn. Should have only saved player location. Yeah, that guy gave me green. I'm just gonna step back a little bit and leave. Saving client player. Close that down. Because when someone disconnects, it just saves their data. It doesn't save the world data. So that tree should have respawned. I might have been standing too close to it though. They do a bit of a check when they come on, don't they? Or is that only when they're... Yeah, I think that's only when they respawn. I was expecting him to be there, and he wasn't. Yeah. 8 hours sounds like a lot, and I get like maybe 4 or 5 of these done. Are you still paused? What's going on? No, you're still started. Just takes a lot of time. That's why most people don't get into it. I'm pretty active in this Unity community dev server, and you know there's like 10 new people every day looking to make games, but there's 10 people leaving every day too, because you know they do it for a week. Some people, they'll do it for 3 months and realize it's a lot of work. And that's even for just, little mobile games. If you just make a side scroller, it's one thing, but then you say, okay, I want Google to be able to keep track of the score or something. Okay, both trees are back this time for whatever reason. And that guy just disappeared. Why did he disappear? What's going on? Why would you do that? That's because the server sent me the dead resources data that it did unfortunately save. Why would it do that though? Because I didn't save game. Maybe it saved while I was running around and shoot. Let me see if I can. This guy's big. What to do, what to do. Might need to just go find another tree. How about I go on to the server files and delete the data for this area. Where am I? Chunk. Negative. I'm way out here. So I'm still standing there. Server stopped. Let's go. What are we playing? I think it's Beta World. Did I just move something? I did not want to move something. We are playing on Beta World. So there's a lot of negative chunks here. I'm gonna double check, see which one that is, so I don't delete something that I don't want to delete. 5 o'clock. A little bit of overtime never hurt anybody. Server is up. What is the player doing? He's loading. Got a cat on my keyboard again. Are you loading? What are you doing? You're loading, right? You're just trying to get that Christmas flower again. Stop eating Christmas decorations, kitty. I know your tricks. Okay, let's see what the actual terrain here is. Actually, I want to know the chunk. Where is the distance camera? So on these mountains, which is part of chunk, -5, -5. Okay. So I'm going to lose my Solace, except for the data, which is unfortunate. -5, -5. And actually, how about I just rename you? .old. There we go. That should replace the trees for me to try again. The positions of the colliders were exactly the same, though. Oh, that's true, but that's the local positions that I was looking at. I should have been looking at the global positions. Hmm. I'm just gonna close my curtains here while this loads. Sleepy kitties. Yeah, it's getting a little slower with each load. All right, we've got our trees back. And they disappeared again. Not enjoying this. Bad kitty. Let's, I'm on to your tricks. You stay there. Harvest object. Where is, report death. I don't think that's what's going on. We're getting the... that might be it. When... It's either player harvesting or the harvesting manager. Why are you running so slow? What's going on? Is Unity's RAM getting out of control? Yeah, it kind of is. It's not bad though. Why is Visual Studio writing 6 megabytes a second to read a text file? I'm looking to see the method that gets sent to destroy those trees when they're loaded as dead on the server. Multi-request terrain harvesting data. Loads it up. Let's go ahead and say if chunk xc dot x is equal to -5, and I mean, I deleted it. I'm a little confused why that. Well, yeah. No, that's weird. I'm confused. I'm just gonna go ahead and intercept this completely. Just stop it. Just stop it. However, yeah, we don't want to do that. We want to do dead resources. I'm just gonna comment this chunk out for right now. So I'm gonna be sending nothing. So even if the trees are dead, they should just remain no matter how many times I come back and chop them down, so I can debug why that tree is giving white rewards. We didn't even look to see if it was spawning particles or not on the server, though we would assume it is not. And this is how I end up working 16-hour workdays once in a while. We'll just finish this last thing here though, right? We'll just get this figured out and then we'll call it, then we'll end the stream. Server is up. Do you guys know how it works that it shows people in Twitch chat, but then it says that I've only got 2 viewers? I don't really understand what that means. Like, is maybe the viewer count only YouTube count? I'm not clear on how that stuff works. I'm gonna go look at myself on Twitch real quick, if it'll let me do that, which I think it will. Oh, stop hitting me. Did it delete the trees again? How come the trees aren't here? Even though I told it not to do that. Let me try that again. While I'm actually watching. See, it shows all these users. See, it shows all these users. Oh, I'm gonna break the universe. Does that mean people that are watching? I'm confused. Yeah, so I'm gonna watch that again. Yeah, I don't. It's like 97% all a mystery to me. Yeah, I almost broke the universe there. Okay, did it despawn those again? Let's How about we just pause it as soon as it shows up? Connecting the server, loading the world. And pause you for good measure. Go back to Malcare. Okay, so see, there's 2 trees here. Now, this is the tree we want to look at. Did it disappear from the server? Yeah, it hasn't even loaded on the server yet. That's interesting that the server... Is it still able to pick that up even though... I added the old there? Let's rename it completely. Something like that. Old N5, N5. There we go. Hope it's not already open. Is this the tree that I'm looking at? Trees despawned again. Not nice. Not nice. Let me pause you. Did you already? Well, there's one easy way to do it. I'm just gonna get rid of all of this for a minute. I don't know why you keep loading that stuff back in. I don't want you to. Knock it off. Put you back to normal. Oops, you're an N5, N5. Load the server back up. It should now have no concept of anything done to the world yet, but it should still be the same world. So those trees should show up in exactly the same spots, using exactly the same math, producing 2 green trees right in front of me where I am, and I did not change the client data so it knows me and where I'm supposed to be in the world. Have a good one, Exile. Thanks for joining, and thank you very much for the follow. Sneaky kitty, what are you doing? You gonna sit on my lap? I don't believe you. Yeah, you actually are gonna sit on my lap. All right. And they disappeared again. What's up with that? Why is it doing that? Now I'm confused. And surely that's because the server this is beta world, right? Or am I supposed to be in multiplayer worlds? No, that's not right. I removed all of the files. That's so weird. Okay, I'm stupid. Beta world's in here. One more time. I'm going to leave. Those were not the right files. This is the right file. You are now old N5 N5. Yeah, and actually I like you to be in order there, so I'm gonna just call you .old. There's no way that and I'll just go like this for fun. Why not? Load the server up once more. Those were all just like old copies of worlds that I have out here from. That does say 12. Oh yeah, that's because I was messing with the files. That's from 9/17. I'm just gonna delete you. How do you like that? Old worlds 2, old characters. I got all this junk in here. Okay. Sleepy kitty cam. It's funny, it suddenly brightened up there. Now then, sparkly trees. Here to stay, right? Man, you guys are annoying. How many times I gotta kill you? I need more skills. Give me them stomp skills. Get away from me. Alright. So, we haven't even looked to see if there are, and there are not. There's no rarity particles on this tree. So on the server, it is just flat not rare. Where was that rock? There we go. Click on this guy and start going down. We should be able to find the proper collider. There it was. So, harvestable tree. Let me see the hidden stats. You're not going to show me more than that. Go ahead and pause. Harvestable object. Hide an inspector. I mean, sure, but I'm in debug mode. Let me look at it. Anyway, it's obviously not rare. That's silly that even in debug mode it wouldn't show me those. So if I take this guy and I open up a new tab. Did you just deselect him? Come on. Don't be like that. Let's rename him. Fancy tree. And I want to lock you. You, on the other hand, I want to collapse, and I'm going to move this tree off. Now, I guess locking doesn't really work. Looking at him, yeah, so he's got a pretty rough local position there. Let's set up a debug. If section X equals, what was the section X? Actually, I don't remember. Minus 40, minus 36. So if section X equals minus 40 and section Z equals minus 36, was it? And what? Local position. Not the local position. Well, for this guy, it's going to be local position. If math function round to int, let's just go ahead and make that 1. If math function round to int transformed up position at x is equal to 280 and math function dot round to int transform dot position dot z is equal to 850. Transform, let's do game object dot name equals test tree so we can find it, and debug dot log I don't want to do the float or the vector. If I do the vector to string, it'll summarize it too much, so I'm going to do transform dot position dot x plus transform dot position dot z So if it's on that terrain and I'm going to do local position for these. Debug the rarity. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just do that first. And then after it does all of its stuff, which would be right here, we'll look again to see, what is the 8 hours in, I'm starting to get a little sluggish. Debug log rarity, which is calculated again using the resource, the tier, the section, and the local X. Yeah, that's what I want to look at. Debug log rarity plus local X CM plus local ZCM, because I'm assuming that those are getting rounded differently on the server and the client, causing rarity discrepancies. Who's a what? Too many colons. Too many parentheses. If that's the case, then how are we going to deal with that? Because we're losing accuracy no matter what. We might have to base rarity on decameters or be preferable if it wasn't location based, but that would mean that we'd have to use spawn numbers, which are subject to change when new trees and objects get added and removed. Location is definitely preferable, but when you get out far enough, it's just how the cookie crumbles. Of course, multiplayer isn't really set up to work for thousands of levels yet anyway. We're only out at level 40 though. 50. So that should... would like to make that... like to make multiplayer work for at least like 200 levels. The ultimate fix is to have the server actually managing clients per like world pocket. You designate a world pocket to a player that's like an 8 by 8 kilometer section, and then you keep that chunk that's assigned to them close to the world zero, so the physics never get too far away. You guys again? You serious? How many times I gotta fight you? I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna kill you for good this time, okay? Get away from me. My debugs did not go off there. Did they on the server? No. And I don't need these debugs anymore. Had a whole bunch of those from last week. Death to defense, no. How many other debugs do I got? Setting up attacker, that's fine. Wandering, test bear, yeah, we're not doing test bear anymore. We fixed him. Returning. I just don't like this stuff cluttering up the console while I'm working on other stuff. Test bear, you're done. Alright, I think that's all we need for that. and we don't need that immediately. I would like to save once so that I don't have to fight those stone elementals anymore. Why did the debugs not go off? Section X, Z, round int, XZ, if setup. Buddy the Rock. Oh yeah, and he's got the rarity particles. That makes them easier to find. So they've got that childed to them. Round int is 280. And this guy's 851 now. Did I do that wrong? Yeah, I did, didn't I? That's probably all it was. Let's just start it up again. I need to set a darker play color for 2019. It's used to be able to hit Control P while it was compiling, and then it would just immediately go into play mode. Doesn't let me do that anymore, unfortunately. Talking all day makes me thirsty. Okay, he showed up. Kinda. Yeah. Load your other solution up. This one triggered. This one, oh yeah, the 851, dang it. Forgot to change that one as well, which is the one I really wanted to see. But while these are recompiling, let's look at that. Well, the first one is just giving me the global position, but that's totally different. And we're using the local position to find, so yeah, it's that local XCCM. I take the local position, which means childed to the terrain, and then I use that to generate a centimeter. I round it to the nearest centimeter and store that, and then I use that to calculate the rarity. So if there's a discrepancy due to the floating point errors of it being 40 kilometers out in the world on the server versus it not being 40 kilometers out on the client, then that would explain kind of the only explanation, really. So I'm expecting these numbers to prove that. Okay. Um, Rarity 1 centimeter, 2040. This guy's got rarity 0, 2080, 40, 850, 64. This guy's got 850, 65. So there is a discrepancy in their perceived Z positions within the world. That is highly unfortunate. We can remedy that a number of ways, depending on how we want to approach it. I'm thinking for clients, they just don't roll for rarity at all. And then when they load up a terrain, they're already requesting dead resource. Oh, have your Christmas treat, cat. You're just going to never give up on it. She wants this little flower. Yeah, you're going to eat it too, aren't you? And then you're going to puke somewhere. I know it. That's all you do. Get off my keyboard. There you go. Take it and run away. So clients don't apply rarity at all. And then when they request data, because like animals are spawned on the server, so they don't get rolled for rarity on the client anyway. The server rolls for it, and then it spawns it, and then the client just gets what the server gives it. For trees, and I think only trees, I think even stocks and stones, are objects. It's only trees that are being tested against both the client and the server. Done with that. So fruit regrowth should be handled only on the server, and tree rarity. What about, but not just trees. Anything that's not an animal. Because animals move. They have to be controlled by the server. Animals and monsters are rolled on the server, but non-animal resource rarity needs to be controlled on the server. And then when a player requests terrain data, and this is something I've actually been wanting to get into for a while. Like you can see, if I go and I zoom out here, there's parts of the terrain that have not yet been loaded. It's only around the player that stuff gets properly loaded into the game. So these areas that haven't been loaded yet actually haven't been calculated yet. So the trees, the resources and their rarities aren't yet known out in these areas. Now, the problem that brings up is if I go to the map and I've got a resource scanner out here, but I've never visited close enough for like the trees out in this area to spawn, then they haven't been given a chance to register themselves with the game data and say, hey, there's a legendary tree over here, you know? So I've been thinking, rather than roll resources on a per area basis, set up a method that can, in short, look at any area at any time, regardless of whether there's a player there, someone's been there or not, and, you know, like look within a 128 meter chunk and say, is there any rare stone there or not? And I could do that, definitely. You know, it's just doing it as you get there right now. But it could just be a method to say request stone in this area, and then the current spawning methods would use that. Thank you for the follow, Copper Spoon. You know, right now it goes through with each procedural area, which is 128 meters squared, and it gathers the biomes that are in that area, and then it gathers all of the possible things that can spawn within those biomes, and then it loops through, and this is all done off thread, but it loops through all of the possible biomes and all of the possible things within each of those biomes to see what will spawn. And it tries to find a location for them. I'm working on my game. The only thing I ever do work on, it's called Solace Crafting. You can find it on Steam. I'm the solo indie developer. I've been working on it for about 3 years now, and just started streaming yesterday, and I'm really enjoying it. I'm about 45 minutes past my cutoff time, but kind of got stuck on a problem here that I'm putting in some extra live talk to. So it does help, you know, it's the rubber ducky theory. You talk the problem out and it makes a lot more sense eventually. So, and I can zoom this up so you guys can see what I'm typing. Basically what I'm talking about is, rather than roll, you know, like encounters and stuff, kind of like the way that the things are right now is that it does this, I've got a used locations thing, and when it tries to prepare a spawn, it tries to find a location within that 128 meter chunk. And the reason it does this is because you don't want a tree spawning inside of a rock, or, you know, like the caves entrances, which are like 50 meters across. You don't want stuff spawning inside of that the player can't get to. The map says, oh, there's a legendary pig in there, you know, but there's no way to get to it. So it goes through one by one, and it does them in a specific order so that it happens the same every time, for every computer, as long as the seed is the same. You change the world seed and everything gets a new order. That's the beauty of deterministic noise. What I'm suggesting is to have some kind of a system just for the resources so that we can figure out, are there rare resources in any given spot in the world without ever actually having to load that, without having to go through this whole system of location-based checks, proximity-based checks. I'm not sure yet if I can actually do that or not. Because, like, for example, if we have a method set up so that we can look at an area and say, yeah, there's a rare stone there. What happens when we get there and then a cave says, I want to spawn right there? And we could go through this whole procedure without ever actually spawning anything. I could time that. Time spent preparing. I've done that before. I've actually already got that set up. This is all prior to actually spawning anything. That wouldn't generate rarities. Yeah, it just comes down to and I'm looking at different chats here, by the way. Copper Spoon is in Twitch, and Gears and Cogs is in YouTube. Asks, would an overall check to see if a chunk has rare resources first, then choose one in the radius it should be, the closest resource, and make it rarer? That would work, but again, like the large towers can be 100 meters across. And so, say there's 4 rare resources within that, to then push all of those outward, that's kind of overly complicated then. If we know that there is a large encounter like that spawning, we can give priority to large encounters. And we do know that that's a very simple roll. It's just a random roll per terrain to see what type of an encounter is going to spawn there. And then 2 noise-based rolls to see where it's going to spawn. And then based on what type it is, it has a proximity, sort of a void proximity around it where nothing's allowed to spawn. So that's easy to take care of. And then we can give priority to resources right after that. And should be able to set up a system where it just checks things like that before it spawns any animals or monsters. Well, in animals, we'd want to do 2. It should be, there's definitely a way possible to do that. One roll for like large encounters in there. What do you call it? My English is getting worse and worse, I swear. They're proximity. There are null proximity requirements. 2, roll for resource spawns. Yeah, I guess you're kind of saying I should take it from a different angle and not roll all the resources and then figure out which of them are rare. If we have the large encounter needs to take precedence, which is fine because that's only 1 per square kilometer. You know, it doesn't take up the whole area or anything. There's plenty of space outside of that for rare stuff to spawn. So then we don't roll for resource spawns. We roll for rare spawns. And we place them somewhere in the data. And then we give all of these, we give these 2 priority prior to then rolling for non-rare everything. Because the rare stuff makes up, you know, less than 10% of what actually gets placed. So we've got our terrain. We've rolled that there's an encounter right here. And then instead of rolling all of the spawns and then having them each individually roll to see if it's rare or not, we use a number. Tormented Mage, thank you for the follow. We, like say the current system would throw everything out there, and then each of those would roll against a number which is stored on, ooh, I'm dying of starvation. If we look at, I call them the procedural prefabs. So resources, say we've got stone, can spawn in grass, badlands, mountains, snow, etc. In grass, or no, I guess, yeah, that doesn't matter. It's the same for all resources. When we go to calculate rarity, it just rolls based on its location using this table of rarity. So once we pass 30 kilometers and we're in level 30 plus zone, any type of a resource, including animals, has a 5% chance of becoming uncommon, a 1% chance of becoming rare, a 0.25% chance of becoming elite, and a 0.1% chance of becoming legendary. So 1 in 1,000 is legendary. And if it's a tree, I think it even, yeah, if it's a gem, it gets doubled. If it's a tree, it gets cut down even further 10%. So it'd be 1 in 10,000 because there's just so many more trees than anything else. But that's, each resource makes that roll itself based on its position when it comes into the game. So instead of that, we could say, you know, we'd have to change this math a bit so that at a 30 kilometer terrain, we're going to get so many, you know, say we've got 10 uncommon trees, and then we place those trees around, And those are like predetermined. And that's just a few simple roles, really. We would also want to take into account terrain height, because you don't want trees spawning underwater. But that can all be generated off thread and stored for very little space. So we'd calculate all the rarities ahead of time. And then anything that's not rare would just get spawned within that, using all of these as the base for unspawnable zones. That would actually be even more, well, and it would still be random. You know, we wouldn't be forcing a legendary tree per terrain. It would still be a roll, but we wouldn't be rolling against 1,000 trees. We'd be rolling against a terrain to see if there's a legendary tree or not. So within a kilometer, if currently we've got, say, 5,000 trees, and I don't know, I'd have to retweak the numbers, but then we'd be rolling for example, a 50% chance for a legendary tree to show up within that kilometer somewhere. And then what type of tree shows up? Well, and yeah, so we would want to grab the biome data, and that's what's used to generate the height map data. So we'd already have access to those. So we would know if, you know, there's a lot that goes into it. Well, you do definitely want to make sure that there's an even spread of the different types of resources, because some people play mage, some people play warrior, you know, so they expect ore. Some people don't care about anything but trees. Some people expect to be able to find winter wolves, things like that. So, yeah, that's kind of, I think, gonna be the only way to solve that. Using the current system where the server is not shifting client-based pockets around in order to make up for floating point errors. And the benefit of that would not only be that, but the map would then be able to, you know, when the resource scanners can currently only scan areas that have been previously visited, now you would be able to say the resource scanner is looking at this entire area and just generate that data and know what it should be able to see. I'm going to do a little homework on that idea. What did we get fixed today? We did fix a few things. We did fix a nav mesh error. That's important. So I'm going to start a patch export and patch up what we got done today. This is all stuff that should go straight to live. We haven't done anything excessively weird that needs to go on to beta first. But yeah, we've still got these. That's kind of that's something I've wanted to do for a while because of how it would offer that ability to role for what is rare or not in a distant terrain before you actually visit there. But yeah, I'm going to have to think about that and how to design it properly. Kitty in the way. December 2nd already. Good Lord. Well, that's going to do it for today. I'm going to think about this. Make some notes. Yeah, pick closest and upgrade the rarity. But then you'd lose the ability to pinpoint it on the map and say, there's something legendary, there's a legendary tree right there, and then have a player look at that on the map and say, okay, I'm going to go there. And then they go there, and then when they actually get there, then it shifts 100 feet off to the left. That wouldn't be terrible, but that would be kind of some extra functionality. Certainly possible. I'm looking to have it so that I can fully determine, definitively, there is something right here. And again, I'm chatting with a YouTube user if people in Twitch are confused. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. I will be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Tokyo time. Thank you for engaging with the stream. The cats did a good job sleeping in their spot pretty much the whole 9 hours now I've been streaming, with small brief intervals of stepping on the keyboard and biting Christmas ornaments. Thank you for the follows. That's the goal right now, is to get Twitch followers up to 50. So I will see you again tomorrow for those that show up. And I'll be doing this. I'm really enjoying this. It's very motivating. So I foresee myself doing this for the foreseeable future. I do have some stuff on Monday every week that gets in the way, so I don't think I will be streaming on Mondays. But Tuesday through Friday, 8 to 5 Tokyo time, I'll be here. So hope to see you guys again. Thanks for watching.